Good morning. Well, non-farm payroll morning to you. It's risk neutral trading. This is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 7th of August, 2026. And non-farm payroll was just out the bottom of the hour. Kind of confusing. Lost a minus 23,000 jobs against 50,000 positive expected, and of course the market goes up, so I'm always confused by that. But again, this is risk neutral trading. Welcome, TGIF. So we just some basic stuff here. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea being that all of the stuff captured on my two primary monitors is video. And my narration here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, which completes the recording, completes the journal, and it's a permanent record. I stream for complete accountability and transparency. I take no trades off of the live stream, and all trades are live and real time here in Bookmap, and I execute in Bookmap. Now, this is IRT, which is my basic charting package, and where I develop strategies, back test, and forward test them. And in this environment, for example, if this system, if the computer evaluates this system and places a trade, or would place a trade, I send this results to this chart for visualization. For example, here's that one right here from yesterday. These are all done, this system development is done within the simulated environment of IRT. So it's real important for me to make sure you understand that IRT trades, algorithmic trades, system testing is done in the simulated environment within IRT, but any trades manually put on by me in the live market are always live, and I never trade off the stream. So there's that. And by the way, for in the spirit of transparency and accountability, you notice that I stream the entire monitor, so you can see not just the application. So you can always see any open programs in addition to the system clock to the second and the date, and tie that back to Bookmap and IRT. So there you go. All right. Anyway, that's having said all of that, the purpose of the stream is not for trade or financial advice. But it wouldn't be much of a virtual trading journal if I didn't capture the trades. So that's kind of a issue for me. But there, be real sure it's not for trade or financial advice, and make sure that you read the disclaimer, which is in the description here. You could lose way more money than you've got, and trading futures and derivatives are risky, and all of those things, which are very, very true in this environment today. Actually, with this administration and the geopolitical situation we're in, our job as traders, in my opinion, this is, of course, our primary job is to preserve our account. And the fundamental way that you do that is risk management. So I'll talk more about that going forward, but you need to be really, really aware of that. Now, let's get on to the numbers for the day. And if I need to tell you that non-farm payroll was just released, you need to do your homework better. So this is investing. Excuse me one second. This is investing.com. It's my basic news source, my first one, my go-to. You can filter for anywhere you are in the world, whatever reports you're interested in. And it's free. That's why you see these ads floating around. My theory here is to keep these sources free so that anybody that comes through the stream can use the same things, have access to the same resource that I do, and if they find that useful. Yeah, of course you can pay for it. I'm sure they'd be tickled to death if you did that. But anyway, notice also that the event title turns to a URL if you hover over it. So if you don't know what non-farm payroll is, you can click that button and go find out what's all about it and the previous releases and all that kind of stuff. Again, minus 23,000, 85,000 forecast, 20,000 added last month. So this is a big, this is a big drop. This is a $105,000 roughly, or damn near $110,000 reduction, and somehow they think it's a great idea. I guess. Ever since about a year ago now, Trump fired the labor statistics director because the non-farm payroll came out accurately and very low. And put in a White House employee, the numbers have changed significantly, which is suspicious to me and pretty much everybody else. And what they do is they jack up the forecast way high and to try to compensate for differing numbers and make them look different. That seems to be what they do. I don't know. Anyway. We are also in earnings season, and let me also point out here that investing.com will only track normal, traditional economic numbers and reports. No, speeches or press conferences or any of that stuff. And we're in earnings season, but there's no major earnings out today, Friday on this one. So, and this is not... something is wrong up with these Berkshire Hathaway things. They keep showing up over here, and this is not true or something. I don't know why they keep having these stuck in here. Maybe Berkshire just keeps not releasing their earnings. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but I'm not really too worried about Berkshire Hathaway earnings. So there we go. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. This is got a similar docket or calendar over here, and they'll have this is more of a live squawk box. Now, this is a classic example. It's also free, and you can filter for wherever you are, but here's a classic example of why I track Financial Juice also. You see right here, they've pulled this, Trump's going to speak at 2 o'clock this afternoon, 1400, into their calendar, because everybody on the planet knows that this could be a huge risk for the markets. There could be he could say something that could have a big impact on the auction. Now, I'm not saying that that's any political comment. It's the truth. If you don't realize that, then must be nice to live on whatever world you're on, because it isn't this one. So I appreciate when they pull these kinds of risks into their calendar, because, as I said before, our primary job as traders today is to preserve our account. The fundamental way to do that is risk management. If you don't know about a potential risk that could move the market 20 or to 50 points, that's a bad thing. So it's nice to know about that risk. Those potential risks, maybe nothing, but you need to know, or at least I feel so. Now, pre-market, well, non-farm payroll happened. That shouldn't be a big surprise to anybody. This is Investing RT, Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. It is first and foremost here, if you notice in the header of each one of these charts is a instrument, chart type, periodicity, and the session. So you can always figure out where you are by looking, if I'm not talking or whatever. These are the micros. Micro ES, MQ, Micro ES high time frame chart, where it's the MES, it's a daily chart, and it's the day session, and it's the RTH, daily chart, it's the day period, a daily chart, and day session, RTH session. Each one of these bars is a full RTH auction. Wherever they overlap, price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. They overlapped here, gapped up, gap and go. No volume profile. Boop, gap and go. No volume profile. Ah, overlap, overlap. Volume profile. That's how I do the micro composites. It may not be right, but it's consistent. When I draw the volume profile like this, I get these red and green values, which represent the high and the low volume nodes in this most recent microcomposite volume profile. And those values push to bookmap. I also get a microcomposite VPOC and, you know, all-time high and all that crap. And also the session prices push automatically to bookmap. Now let's look at something quick. Oh, wrong button. Sorry about that. Let's look at something quick. Volume is really light again today. It's been way down. It was 45 yesterday, I think. Now we're 2.25 points ATR on a 1 minute candle. This is calculated based on this average volume is a 20-day look back, 20 session look back at this time of day. So this is where we are. Just reference. Okay. That reminds me of something. Well, let's get on with it. So, bookmap. Well, first, right to left columns. The micro composite where I manually enter these values, the high and low volume nodes. The full session volume profile, which will plot from 1700 last night through 1600 today. The RTH volume profile and delta, the statistical open type for the day, and the statistics for the associated session prices. Now we're going to redo all those in a minute. We're going to get them for today. These are the session prices pushed from IRT to bookmap. Just, you know, plain and simple. I do everything real simple because that's how I think. This is volume, statistics, probabilities, and price. That's it. This is the full level 2 book ask and bid. I don't have a dome columns here anymore because it was taking up a lot of space, but I have the two main, most important, resting liquidity or limit orders, and this is the price ladder. There's no indicators on my book map. There are only POC, which is point of control, fancy name for the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight session, we have traded at 77.33 quarter has traded the most number of contracts, which looks to be about 2,242 contracts. The minute one of these other prices trades 2,243, this price will move there. It's just so simple. Yeah, it's a line so you can see where it's been, but it's just the price at where the most contracts have traded, the most agreed upon price, traded price, whatever you want to say. There's a VWAP for the RTH and the mid, or the Globex, and there's a mid. These lines and levels here, most of them, I can push the session prices. I can push different lines over here. These are for my trading reference. These, I'll show you where these come from. These are the GEX levels. There's the flip. We've got the mid and the pain point, you know, the max pain and everything below us. There's the mid, max pains below us, call walls above, put walls below, etc. So let's get to the statistics real quick, like a bunny. Well, because of non-farm payroll, thank you so much. The statistical open is very simple to determine. It's only got two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, this is the current market. How would that compare to the previous close? Well, there's the close from yesterday. So it's higher than the close. How would this compare to the previous range? There's the previous high. There's the previous low. So it's higher in range. So we change the column title to higher in range. And I do that because I'm selfish. When I look at a screen snap or the stream and I see the name of that column, I know exactly what the relationship was and the open type. How did we how did price move with relation to the open, which means value, which means all that stuff. But I don't have to look back and figure it all out. And I am real conscious and aware that I change these accurately every day. Next, we're going to get rid of these prices because they're the ones from yesterday, or those values. And we're going to get the new ones. So let's clear this over here. Now, where these statistics come from is this study, which will be open here in a minute. Here was yesterday. We've just determined that we're going to open higher in range right here. The system looks back at the most recent 1,845 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range, 575 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.9% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 80.9. That's just, I need to scooch this open a little bit more so I can get these lined up better. That's just as tough as it is right there. And now we're just going to go down the list. The next one is the overnight high, which is 74.8. Overnight high, which is way up here. Thank you so much, non-farm payroll. Excuse me, overnight mid, 74.3. That's right here. Previous close, 68.7. Okay, let's go here. Non-farm payrolls always screws everything up. Previous IB high, there we go, 67.8. Well, we want to catch that one. Where is that one? There's the IB low from yesterday. IB high, I believe, was yes, it was the high of the day. Well, wait a minute. Where was the IB high? Hold on the phone. Nobody move. Hold it. I got it. I don't know why this is saying IB low. The IB high is right up. Yeah, it was the high of the day. There we go. So we're going to put in the IB high right here. And that is 67.8. And we're going to put IB high because what's the definition of the IB high or low? The high or the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more complicated than that. Period. Everybody makes a big deal about everything, but it's really, if you keep it as simple as you can, the better off you are. 66.3 is the previous POC. And the reason I type these initials by the POC and the IBs and stuff like that is the minute we open, of course, these levels are going to jump up around price. They're going to be up here all of a sudden. IB low is 59.5. What else we got going on? Previous high. Well, we already know that one. The overnight low is 48.2. Let's see if we can find that around here somewhere. I'm trying to see one that's going to be glaringly obvious that I can point out to you. Previous low should be around here somewhere. Previous low is 34.3. Now, I don't see any particular. Oh, yes, I do. Here we go. Price is up here. If we're going to get to 68.7. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Oh, yeah, here we go. If we're going to get to 59.5.1, right? The IB high or low, I'm sorry. How are we going to get down here to 80.9? Well, we got to come through this price. These are just probabilities. It only looks at the two criteria that we used to determine the open type. So it's not hard, fast lines, and they say, oh, but the trigger, oh, but you said that. No, 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 no. It's a probability. And that's why these numbers are associated. So that's just really important to understand. Previous value area, low and high, where'd that go? 69.7. Oh, I don't think I got that right, but we'll go like this. We'll go down a tick. Oh, we got to go down a lot of ticks. I got it way off. There we go. All right, I'm going to call that square, and we're going to move on to something I do every day, which is called the T-Lab snap. Excuse me. And that is, as I said, a snap I do every day. So stand by. This is why, another reason why I stream is I don't multitask particularly well. I do, but you know, it's easier for me to do it this way and be sure I'm accurate because it's important. The other day I was in a hurry and I posted the thing in the wrong damn Discord place. I'm sure they're going, "What is this old dude doing?" give Grandpa his slippers. So every day at 8:20, I post this snap in the T-Lab. You notice I called it the T-Lab years ago when I built it. Basically, it is to let people in there know all of the numbers they may be interested in, whether they are or not. Here you go. I noticed the reason I developed it originally when I was very active in there, in that room, I would notice just before they open, what was the POC? What was the POC? Does anybody know that high, all these questions, valid questions from traders, which told me they don't have access to these numbers. And they realize the numbers are important, but they don't know what they are. So I thought, well, here you go. And I've done this every day for, I don't know how many years now. I suppose a couple at least. And the T-Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B., who started life in trading as a professional trader back in the 80s. He's got like 48 years experience. I'm sure he doesn't trade anybody else's money now other than his own. Maybe not, who knows? But it's not a live trade calling room, it's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room. It is a Discord room sponsored by Bookmap, but you're never solicited for anything. I'm sure they'd be tickled to death if you subscribe to Bookmap, right? But you're never solicited for anything in that room, and Tom's got nothing for sale. So, and there's a good crew of people in there, and I'm not active there anymore, except for a couple of, every now and then. These two posts every morning. Every morning around 6 or so, I post the reports that are up for the day, and then I always do this at about 8:20. But I feel a sense of, camaraderie with those guys and support them, and there's a lot of nice people in there, so that's what I do. In fact, the stream grew out of that room because Tom and various people there that I admired who are good traders suggested focus on your own market. Don't be busy yucking it up in a Discord room all day long. You should be focusing on the market and trading yourself. So that's what I do. And then I took it to the next level for accountability and transparency with the stream, which holds me accountable. And also it removes the necessity for me to be screen snapping and typing and crap, which I never could get a journal up to date and keep it that way because I was watching the market. Half the time in here, you'll notice I'll be talking about something, and I'm focused on this Bookmap screen, and I've still got the IRT screen on the stream, and that's just because I'm focused on what I'm doing. And sometimes I forget to switch the screens, So there you go. Now we're going to open the bottom of the hour here. We got 6 more minutes. And it's probably a pretty important thing to be sure I can trade with Bookmap. The way you do that is you activate the trade control panel and select an account. In this case, I'm using these Lucids. Because I've done that, I can close the trade control panel again, get the real estate back, and I have all the metrics, plus I have cancel and I have close. Now, I can do that because I'm not going to use the trade control panel. I'm going to use the multi-brackets here. I also want to make sure that I've got the right statistics. Yeah, from last night. This was all as I streamed last night, so making sure everything's set up right. Okie dokie. So now, this column is hot. This is real dangerous. Yesterday, I fat-fingered. I was busy moving my mouse, or day before, and I bumped my mixer with the front of my mouse, and there was a trade right here. If I were to left-click here right now, I would be long. This market down here. And it never seems to work when I'm down below it, when it would be a limit order and I can cancel it. I always seem to catch it up above price and get in a trade, which is just irritating. I have conditioned myself to the minute I see that to immediately flatten and cancel. In reality, yesterday, if I'd have just not reacted that quickly, it would have been a fantastic trade to both targets. But that's not the way you do it. That's not the way I believe you should do it. I believe that the minute you make a mistake, you get out of it as fast as you can. Typically, those end in losers. Yesterday was anomalous. So we're going to open at 26. I'm not going to use the magic box today because Magic, who developed it, has and trades it, says it's only Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, not Wednesday or Friday. Best results. So I believe him. Oh yes, I forgot about Blue Boy. Now, at the start of every session, I put Blue Boy on. There's Blue Boy over here here it is for the yesterday's RTH session, and here's for the overnight. And all this is a vertical line. Oh, where'd it go? It's a vertical line right there. And it's just, I use it to mark the first print of every session. Something that you need to know or may not know about Bookmap. This is the current active inside market right here, right now. These are the ticks as they're coming down the pipe. So if I have Blue Boy over here as the first print of the session and I can glance over left and see it, I know without any question in my mind, this is the full context of the ETH session so far. Very important. We're going to open in about 2 minutes. So I'm going to widen this one out a bit and see if it helps it. I've noticed that widening this thing out a little bit seems to help it reset and get started better. And I'm not going to worry about that. Oh, yes, I'm going to do one thing over here quickly before we open, I hope. Okay. Okay, 2 minutes, and look at them go up and down, and they're just bringing it all over the place. They're going to get right back to where we were, the scene of the crime for non-farm payroll, obviously. This looks a little weird here, but I'm trying to mess around with some stuff to determine whether I get less lag and, these values reset properly and stuff like that. I don't really have my 5-minute open retracement figured out here yet. I guess I could do that. What have we got? So, well, we got 30 seconds to the open. Let's let it reset. There we go. Well, that does seem to work. So we're open. Supposedly, anyway. IRT doesn't seem to think so, but yeah, but got to be real careful with this window right here. Like I told you, that thing right there, this active data column where the mouse turns to a $sign, that means you're going to lose dollars. Now I'm going to slap the vertical boy over here, Mr. Blue Boy. Get on, and here's my initial push. So that's Blue Boy according to the clock. I don't know. These are values pushed from that particular trading system in IRT. We've set everything up right. Now I got big delays in IRT, of course. That's always a lot of fun. This one seems to really screw things up. I don't know why. Okay, I'm going to leave those alone for a minute now. And we don't have the, I'm hoping I can get through with this before 5 minutes, but let's see. IRT struggling here, like usual. Boom, 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 boom. Not so bad today, actually. Oh, that's the, oh, I was already there. God damn. It didn't switch tabs for me. And now what I want to do over here is we're getting some sweeps out of here. What are we in? 2 minutes. All right, I'm going to throw on the 5-minute candles and take a look at this opening swing thing. The way I look at this, what I'm doing here is I'm looking at here's the open. Where was the open? There's the open, which just moved. And that makes no sense. Because the open price has got to be the beginning of this 5-minute candle. There's the open. Why is it up here? What this trade is it is a mean reversion from the 5-minute higher low back to the opening price, which seems to happen frequently. Now, we've just had a VPOC migration up, so I'm not thinking that that's probably a really good idea. Because price is moving higher, right? And this open it's got me puzzled here. I don't know what to say or do, frankly. So I'm going to stand when I'm in that position. There's three positions in trading: long, short, and flat. And right now I'm in the flat mode. Because it makes no sense. Now it's moved again. Open should be right there. This is the first 5-minute candle. That's the opening print. It's an up candle. That the open is right there. That's how it goes, right? Open, high, low, close, whatever. So I'm not Now there's the 5-minute bar. So if I wanted to do this trade, I'd short this now down to the open. But because this open is not right, and now it's back up here again. There's a fairly high probability that that happens. And here is the perfect, it just happened, right? So that would have been wherever we could have gotten in around 61 down to about 57-ish. That's only 4 handles. That's not very good. All right, let's get rid of the candlesticks. Hi, Panda, let me guess. Is that the panda? Is that the most beautiful panda kitty in the whole world, rubbing her on my legs? Let me just check. You want to say TGIF to the stream? Oh, okay, there you go. All right, so I'm back on the IB mode now. That's the next order of business for me. Well, the open reversal trade or whatever would have been a good one. I mean, it would have been a good one depending on how many trades, sure, lots you've got on. It was only 3 points or 4. And it can't seem to make up its mind where the open is, which has got me puzzled and not very pleased, actually. The open is very definitely 77.57 quarter. Right there is the open. That's correct. Okay. Right here. Open. 77.57 quarter. Okay. So the trade I'm moving on towards now is the initial balance, which are very well understood. was the data aggregation method activated. Why? Still must be low volume. IRT is basically doing okay. That's 65%. Yes, exactly. Low volume. Be careful. Low volume means easy to shove around. The reason that we trade the ES frequently is because it's got a lot of liquidity. It's sticky. It respects levels when it comes to there because there's a lot of liquidity. The NQ, on the other hand, is a lighter market, thinner, and that's why it moves so much. And when the ES has only got 65% liquidity, it can move spooky, like the NQ. Oh, did I put the open? Yeah. Need to kind of let this non-farm payroll thing shake out a little bit, in my opinion. And come. We did open gap up also, by the way, of course. Oh, too many. So we're in a gap up situation, but I'm kind of tired of doing that. Looking at them all the time. The gap ups, for years, I always considered a gap where we open to the previous higher low. That's incorrect. That's outside day. Excuse me, and I stand corrected. The gap is from wherever we open to the previous close. So there's our close. Here's our open. Right? So there's the gap low. But we'll do the whole enchilada here. The whole. So we'll go down here, we'll go like this, and go gap low, 060826, and the gap high is, now we can wind them back up a little bit, the open, which is the gap high today. I don't know why this thing does that, but it's irritating. Every time it opens, it doesn't expand properly. And I'm just anal enough to have that bother me. There we go. And here we are, the previous high. The MCV POC up here, they took out this liquidity that's been parked out for a long time. Why? Who the hell knows? Oops, my eyes are killing me. So on the bigger picture, there's the gap, there's the close, there's the open. There we are. Same story over here. And here. Of course, they're all the same. Why wouldn't they be and here? Okay, where am I now? Let's go back. Keep an eye on over there, and I'll set up some other stuff in the background here. So mid has jumped up here now. We're above the Gex flip, so the mid is at 78 quarter. I've got to change that. Max pain remains the same, I'm assuming, 76.75. Call wall, what's going on with that? Call wall, 7,900. I'm just doing the Gex levels here. I have kind of a Rube Goldberg way of doing that. Come on. The hell's up? Put wall, call wall. No, these values have changed. Okay, I'm going to have to actually do this. Oh, that's right. Max pain, let's check. They didn't change. Max pain is 76.75. I think that one changed. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Max pain, yeah. It's 76.75. That moved down. And HLV and the put wall. Where'd you go? HLV is 76.5 and the put wall is 76. Okay. 76, half 70. Okay, they're all right now. So that's being pushed properly. Make sure this thing is doing its thing. It seems like it is. Okie dokie. All right. I have kind of a Rube Goldberg way of doing these, pushing these Gex, all the Gex values across to Bookmap. My concept is that I want to have the levels to trade from, which are generated in IRT, or, calculated or identified, or whatever you're going to call it, in IRT, are pushed to Bookmap, whichever ones I want to trade. The Gex levels or something to measure for sure, and the in this case the initial balance with the zone percentages. So what have we done for the IB? Well, the first thing that's important to note is we put in the IB low first and the IB low second. That is an important thing to understand, because the relationship of those values, whichever value was or level was formed first, determines the ending zone percentage, and that affects the retracement and other statistics. And just quickly looking, we've got 53 to 70. Woo! Basically 28 handles or 27 handles. No, 17. Wide on the IB. Now I track that stuff over here on TradingView because it's easier. This is where we are today, trading the IB. These are the GEX, all that GEX stuff. The basic basic one is here. Let's see if, oh yeah, save. There you go. Let's see if we got to get the correct IB thingy turned on here. The correct dashboard up in the upper left there. This was from last night. I was lazy and didn't switch them around. So, 17 1/4 IB. That's the IB size. So far it's bullish because we put in the low first and we're trading up. Easy. And let's start looking at the statistics, which for that, as I mentioned earlier in the pre-market stuff, the backtesting, the system development, backtesting, all of that with IRT is real accurate. But I'm not a young code commander. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, so that's we didn't learn that when I went to school. And it takes me a long time to do this and have it turn out to be real accurate and do what I want it to do. Multiple entries, multiple contracts, multiple targets and stops and stuff like that. But it does, once you get it, it does it right, and you can back test and forward test and out of data, out of sample test and everything you want to do. And it generates a plethora of statistics, and then I can plot them. I can even refine them more in a Google Sheets, which I have. But I don't want to be, my goal here is not to be a code commander. My goal is to be a consistently profitable trader, right? Have my trading business support us. So what I'm trying to do is expedite the vetting process, because I very definitely believe you should trade vetted setups which have a positive expectancy and lean on the law of large numbers. That is the holy grail of trading, really. Peter Brandt, Ed Thorpe, Tom the Trader, Tom B, Jim Simmons, Tom Sosnoff, got a lot of Toms, huh? They've all recognized the same thing. The best traders in the world all recognize the same thing. You identify a setup, you trade that setup. First you backtest it and confirm that it has a positive expectancy and edge and, consecutive win rate and, maximum adverse excursion and favorable excursion and all those things, all those metrics. And then when it presents itself, and you do that all in your homework, away from the live market, and then during the live market, you during the live market, every time it presents itself, you take the trade, and you lean on the law of large numbers for the expectancy, or that's how it works. That's what I believe. So what I'm trying to do, instead of spending all my time doing this, I want to try to lighten the load of vetting setups so that I have more setups and I can focus on that rather than coding. So one of the tools I'm using to see how that works out is this one, which is Edgeful. This was the NFP performance. I don't know. Just looking at that's one I'd never looked at before. So let's look at the initial balance. First, we are gap up, so that's one that's important to think about. But this is non-farm payroll day, so, that's pretty crazy. Let's look at the MES back 6 months. Let's look at the right period of time, which is the cash market. There we go. And then we're going to start doing some filtering. This is all days. So there's basically all days. These are the stats for single breakout. But it's not all days. It's Friday, right? So let's look at that. There we go. 87% probability will break one side of the IB or not. 8.3% will double break, and 4% we don't break at all. That's a pretty weird statistic, isn't it? And that's over 6 months. Let's punch it way out. Let's go to 2 years and see what kind of. You got to make sure that you've got statistically significant sample set, because sometimes these are crazy. There's just a few. This is 102, 77 probability out of 102 days. Now remember that in a year there's only 52 Fridays, so there's that. Right back. So back to the Edgeful story. So now let's take it to the next report, which is by rejection. Remember I said about it's important which level formed first? And now they have just pushed, this is interesting, they've just pushed the IB low, huh? Remember, the IB is the first 1 hour. This thing can change 57 point gazillion times between now and the 1 hour. So they pushed the IB low down right here, meaning that all of a sudden the IB high formed first. Now the low. Where's Blue Boy? Come on here, you lazy dog. Remember, we started out looking here, and then this was first, and then there was the high. Well, we just punched this down to here, so now the highest formed first, which takes us back over here. Instead of this one, we have this one. And I've got to straighten out these customizations. Take a deep breath here and don't freak out. There we go. These ending zone is a real big deal. Has a real impact. You'll see here in a minute. There you go. So now that the IB high is formed first, there's a 77% probability that we'll break the IB low first with these basic parameters and filters. On the MES, the Chicago cash market, and we don't have any customization. Wait, let's make sure we've got the right on Friday. Okay, there we go. I wanted to make sure I had the right day on there. And the ending zone number and that kind of thing is the ending zone number is best described on TradingView, I think. It's best. And it again is real simple. Well, remember the low was formed first, and then there was the high. Now all of a sudden, because we just did this candle right here, the highs formed first. So the way this ending zone is determined, each one of these is 25%. You can change them to what you want, but that's how that's how they are set now. So this, each one is a zone. Now, the ending zone is the zone in which the last price prints within the IB, whatever you have that set for, or order, however you want to call it. In my case, they are 1 hour. So the ending price of the last 5-minute candle within the 1 hour, the last ending price, there will be a candle here that will open inside but close outside the orb. So that's not the zone. And the way you do it is you assign the percentage values opposite the first level formed. So in this case, the highest formed first. We would go 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. And if this were the closing candle right now, closing price, it would be in the 0 to 25 zone, right? That's all there is to it. And that's what you put in. And this IB size value is determined up here. And that's what that is it's the range in points divided by the price, and that gives you that percentage. So, and this could flip around. It's only 9 o'clock, so this could change again. We could go zooming up here and take out the high, and then all of a sudden the low would be formed first. So you don't need to get your knickers in a knot. Just you stand by and watch, right? That's how it works. We got that doing everything okay. That's great. Okay, so let's get back to the business at hand now. We're waiting because the initial balance is formed at 9:30. And what is the initial balance? Well, it is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. In my case, Central Standard Time, 8:30 to 9:30. What is it in terms of statistics? It's one of the most widely understood or watched statistics, and it is the most common or the highest probability. In all 4 open types, there's the least probability of an IB taken out is lower outer range at 97.1. Today, looking back at 1,845 trading days, there you go. Here's where we opened lower in range. Oh, we got it all right. Notice how the IB or IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type after we open. So when we were doing the statistics this morning, this looked like this over here because it wasn't open yet. Now, you notice how some of these levels are changed. The text color is black to blue. Wherever we have hit or reached one of these price levels, IRT change in this current auction, IRT changes the text to blue. So all of these blue ones have already been hit. Now let's look up here. The IB high or low is this is the day, so it's 98.1% probability that we're going to take one or the other of these out at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600. That's the IB statistic in a nutshell, period. Not very easy to trade because you've got 6 hours to, for this to happen. You don't know whether it'll be the high or the low, but that's the stat. And that's the first rule of my initial balance trades, my setups. So there we go. And if you look over here at Edgeville, now IRT just looks back at the most recent 1,800 days, which is a hell of a lot of days. There's about 252, I think it is, trading days in a year. So, what is that? 8 years back of data. That might be a little much. It probably is. And stop and think. This is something that somebody pointed out to me the other day when I'm doing my statistics, and I was doing, hey, good morning, Anton. Your open retest worked pretty good this morning, other than it wasn't a lot of points. It was about, 4? But if you were on it, congratulations. And the non-farm payroll, I don't understand it. I don't understand how we missed by more than 100,000 jobs, and it's a good, and the market goes up. Maybe I'm looking at the number wrong. I don't know. Anyway, I'm talking about the initial balance here because we're getting ready to set it in. And I did some testing last night when I was on the replay trading mode of the diminishing scales. That's a pretty interesting story, for sure. The first one, yeah, on my execution stuff here, I can't automate it at all. I've got to use the trade control panel and just do it, I can't, because Bookmap doesn't have any way to scale in that I found. And they don't have any button to bring it to break even every time or something like that. But on the one that I did, it was, got some ridiculous 300 ticks or something like that. Just straight up as it said to do so. So that was interesting. And here we are. We've put in a new IB low a minute ago, and we're getting ready to flip another one. I don't know whether we're gonna, who knows where we're gonna sit when this is done, but there you are. So back to this data here with Edgeville. Hold on. Easy here. So if we get back to the just IB standard, for today, looking back 2 years, MES, remember when it said 98.1 on IRT? Well, this is 72.6 and 24 is 98. So there you are. Same thing, right? I mean, the data ties together, because in IRT, it is either one. Now, this is a little bit misleading because this is a double break added together, and this is a single break. The double break in IRT, and also this is IRT's looking back a hell of a lot longer period of time. Remember that. IRT, let's just look at that again. The double break is 32%, and that's about all that, it seems to be consistently that. So there's a little difference there in the data. I don't know. What are you going to do? What can I do? I got to lean on something besides staying up, hours and hours trying to figure out code. Well, we've pushed a new low again. It's not the IB because it's only 10 after 9. Well, I don't know about building the range, but they've got it right there. Yeah, there it is. They've just taken out all these various stats already this morning. They got the previous high. They got the IB, which was also the IB high from yesterday. And now they've just got the value area high, which is yesterday's. Developing value area high and low is the current auction, and this is the previous one. So, yeah. And they're right at the Gex flip, mind you. I can't wait for you to get Mentor Cube and see if any of these crazy numbers that I'm getting out for this free thing are accurate. Seems like they are when I Google them. I should. And I'm assuming you will be using the intraday one rather than the end of day one. Mentor, apparently they have two different ideas there. So they broke through the Gex flip with some authority, it looks like. Wow. Let's see if all of that is correct. Am I crazy or what? Let's check. That's, that's always on the table, the crazy part. 27 point IB, oof. Well, yeah, Gex flip, balloon. Mid is now flipped down here, was up here a minute ago, of course, because we're below the flip. Max pain stayed the same. Footwall's the same. So what really seems to happen in this thing continually through the day is now if they get back up here above the Gex flip again, this mid is going to jump back up the top. It does that. Net gamma -4. We're +22. Expected move, $73. Remember, this is being calculated on the MES, so this would be $790 or $739 for you for the MES. On the right window? Oh, it's a miracle. I'm on the right window. I'm going to watch this, kind of keep an eye on this and see what happens to the mid here now. Today's Friday, so it's an expiration. The idea is that they're going to try to get to max pain, I guess. So it said somewhere. Any of this logic means anything to you, but there you go. If nothing else, it's interesting to watch. Okay, so we've still got 15 minutes for the IB to set. We've just punched it out again, lower. The IB highs remains the first level formed. I didn't even look at the one at the magic box because it's Friday. I did I was set up with the 5-minute candle for the open, but there was a conflict where my charting was showing the open and where the 5-minute candle opened were different. The open was down here and the 5-minute candle open was up here. It's in the stream. I haven't figured that shit out at all, or that stuff out at all. Sorry. Now you see how the minute we came over, the Gex flip, the mid zoom jumped up. Yeah, that's interesting. And I have the mid on the upper side because that's where it was last time I looked. I don't have it automatic. I don't know if, well, the guy's got the code hid, so I can't do anything, but I don't know how. You can probably export from from whatever this thing is, from TradingView export data, I guess, but I don't have it automatic on IRT. Yeah, I don't know either, man. I don't know either, and expected move is a big one. I know the volatility. Well, these end of day thing is free, and there you go. And it seems to be completely accurate compared to this other stuff, Spot Gamma or whatever. Somebody was posting Spot Gamma stuff. One of the Stratic guys uses that, and they were the same. So I believe he does get the data from exactly the same spot. I'm sure it's got to be available to you in your Tasty platform. If it's available on Thinkorswim from Schwab, it's got to be there in the Tasty thing, somewhere. I don't even know. I've never even opened the damn thing, so I wouldn't know anything about it. But you trade them. You trade options, and you're a hell of a lot smarter than I am about this stuff. So I'm sure you can find that data there somewhere. Maybe not as presented as, well, so we flipped the mid back to the 78 quarter, and I think that's where I am. Let's just look and see. Yep, 78 quarter to mid. Okay. Now, well, it was 25 quarter, and now it's 24. I don't know whether that's right or not. Hold on. God damn it. Damn it. Mid, where'd you go, middy boy? 78 quarter, yeah, it is, right? Okay. I think I showed you, yeah, I'm sure I did. Okay. I'm sure that, hey, I'm sure it's a real much more, this thing is a free, some guy coded up free for TradingView. I mean, I'm sure if you're going to, as expensive as that Mentor Q is, I'm sure it better have a lot more granularity and I would hope accuracy and a bunch of other stuff, why not? I would think so. I would hope so. Whether that translates to trading and making money or not, that's a different story. And I'll see if I can keep my frickin' fingers out of the active data column here. I'm gonna go looking for a different mouse. I really like these I've used these Logitech MX Master 25s for a long time because I like the size of them and how they fit in my hand. Ergonomic, big thing. But they've got all these gaming bullshit buttons, and that's part of what screws me up. Like when I hit that, bumped into the mixer yesterday and was suddenly in along. I got to get just a basic plain Jane, buttons don't curl over the front, Something that I don't have that happen, because that is so frustrating. I don't know. Have you looked at Spot Gamma just to see if they're the similar? Obviously, I would suppose Mentor Q has all the bells and whistles, or maybe a couple of more than Spot Gamma, trying to one up each other to get a market share, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to grab a glass of green tea here. Well, we're going to push out the high again, and now it's going to flip that, the level formed. Right now it is, isn't it? Going to flip the level formed again. There we go. Just did so. Man, I'll tell you, they get around that Gex flip, and that thing is like poison. It's pretty amazing. I don't know if I'll ever make any money off of this stuff, but it's fun to watch. And like we were speaking yesterday, it's something that I can relate to. It makes sense to me. Oh yeah, well that's yeah, that's a big one. Hi Panda. That's the yeah, absolutely. I've heard of Spot Gamma. Yeah, I think was around Bookmap too, wasn't he? Or they or it. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Hi Panda. Yeah, you giving me the whoopsie here? All right, so as far as Edgeful goes, it's flipped now. Now we are in the IB high was formed first. Oh, I'm sorry, the low was formed first. So now we're looking at the 74% to take the high out. And we still don't have any the final two filters aren't in there yet. Well, we're going to set this IB here in a couple of seconds, I guess. Now, remember that this ETH high is the extreme of that ridiculous non-farm payroll stuff. I don't know how the hell we lose a bunch of jobs and the market goes ape shit straight up. I don't get it, you know. This is non-farm payroll over here. And then they turn it around and bring it back up. So I don't get it. But that's what this is. And they just went through it again. I don't understand. I guess that's obvious. I don't get it. Interest rates, highest mortgage rates are the highest in the last 5 or 6 years. We lost 100,000 non-farm payroll. The war is never ending. Straits of Hormuz are not open. I really don't get it. Really. Okay, Dave. We're going to have the IB right there. We go. And it's going to be 30 more seconds. So I suppose taking out the IB high is going to be, yeah, kind of obvious. Rotational day. This has got me, now it's a puzzle for me with the IB stats and Edgeful. Here's our day so far today. Rotational. A couple of goofy distributions going on up here for whatever reason. I don't know. But fairly rotational, basically. The NQ is two prominent distributions. string of singles right through here. Why that? Why did they run a bunch of singles through there? Or that must have been the Gex flip. And it is Friday, right? So there are some options expiring, but anyway. So the IB has set. It has not been exceeded yet, but boy, it was close. By a couple of seconds, they put in a new one. Now are we gonna? Well, first of all, I have two options. Do I trade in anticipation of the level? In other words, get down here and if it comes down here, trade long to it, which I don't ever think works very well for me. Front run it is another way to say that. Do I wait for the statistic to be taken, which is my usual idea? And then I have two options. Looking at the market, do I short mean reversion back to the mean, or do I lean on the pullback to the 25 and the extension? That's two big criteria, two big decisions I need to make. What is this shit? Okay. I actually even have a chapter marker for my streams here, the hotkey thing for don't front run a stat, because it was a big no-no in my hand captured statistics for a long time. My real decision now is, or at least what I'm really thinking about a lot, is the mean reversion. If they break it, the mean reversion back to the, where's the Gex flip? Where'd that thing go? Oh, down here, okay. Or pull back in the extension. When I talk about the pullback in the extension, I'm meaning, so right now we have a probability of 72% take the high. So that would be something you'd be leaning on. 72%, we're going to take the high out here. Oh, wait a minute. I can also put in these other, hold on. Everybody move. Okay, so this is the, it's the 25, 0 to 25 zone. Oops, and it is, I don't have that thing. Sorry. Wrong window. And it's a 0.48 IB size. And there's the ending zone. So we jump over here and we go customize. And we go 0.2 and 0.48. 80% probability will break the high. Well, okay, so that's, do you front run 80%? Leaning on 80%? That's one I don't know. I mean, that's one of my big questions. Assuming we take the high, then let's make sure we got all the filters right, because these don't automatically change, I've noticed. Okay. So here are the, if you take the breakout, there's a 76% probability you're going to retrace to the 25, 53% probability retrace to the 50. So two ways to lean on that. You let it retrace for the entry and go for the breakout, or mean reversion from the breakout back. Because this says there's a 76, 77% probability that we're going to go we're going to retrace at least to the 25, and another 53% we're going to get down to the 50. In other words, if we break out, the two ways to look at it. You've got 72%, 76, 77% probability that you're going to retrace to here. 53 more percent you're going to retrace to here. Do you mean revert, short, tight stop, or do you let it pull back and trade the breakout? Now, here's a perfect example of why it may not be a good idea to be trading, front-running the stat. I don't know what this stuff's all about, but it isn't looking all, oh man, it isn't looking all rosy right over here. So I'm conflicted, boys and girls. And I'm going to move back to the Gex boy over here. So we're above the thing. We are above the flip. Oh, we bought a pullback. Wait a minute. Why? This thing says something's goofy here. This thing says we took the IB. TradingView says we took the IB. Wait a second here, nobody move. Yeah, the IB high was broken according to TradingView. Well, hush my mouth. I don't have that data. I sure as Christ don't have that on. It says this is the break right here. And that's not at 9:30. Close, but no cigar. Over here it says we did break the low, but we broke the high. As a result, the system has taken a trade. It's taken a breakout. The pull back to the 25 and it got long right there. I'll be good to hell. Well, that's interesting. So I guess I have already answered my question. I'm already at the 25, and we got down here to the RTH high. This would have been an opportunity for a long within the statistics. I was really planning on taking a short mean reversion because of the profile. Son of a gun. This does indicate, just looking at it now, this does indicate that that was the IB high taken, because notice the IB high didn't move up from here. Son of a bitch. Well, they're going to pull it back down to the 50 maybe. Son of a gun. I really was, well, I think I've made it pretty clear I was planning on that mean reversion because of the mean. Oh well. I hope somebody took it. God damn, I'm just dying on the vine here, and oof. Well, that's pretty darn disappointing there, gentlemen, ladies and gents. I hope you got short on that one, Anton. That sucks. I guess I should have been. Maybe I'm going to start. Can you actually trade on? I know this is probably a really stupid question, but can you actually really trade on TradingView? You know, hook it up to a broker and do all that. I would imagine you can. Well, we get down around the 50 here, which is 53%. Well, I guess this was a spot to have tried it. Longs, I should say. I was thinking. I tried flipping this thing to a IB rejection. I'm not sure how well it worked. Retracement, there's the one I want. One there. I think. Yeah, that's the one that got long at the 25. I'll be damned. Well, there you go. I'm pretty disappointed that I didn't see that, or I did see it and stood here talking about it. It wasn't quite there. It wasn't quite the IB yet. And if you look at my timeline, it's not. So what's that mean? That means the timeline of Bookmap is out by 9 seconds. Jesus. Well, here we come to the 50 zone and the mid and the VWAP and the POC and freaking everybody. Notice that IRT POC is up above us here somewhere. Hasn't moved on Bookmap. That's irritating. I don't know what to think about that. I think I should have been probably more aware and taken the long right down here, though. Now it's chasing as far as I'm concerned. I can't believe this whole resource of trading view has been around and I didn't know anything about it. It must be about time for a Trump dump, right? Or some equally ridiculous thing. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I saw a thing on some news or another. Must have been, I think, Reuters, maybe. You remember the Trump's going to sell advanced releases of his tweets? Remember that? That's not insider trading, of course. Guess how much for? And you can have them. I couldn't have one, but you could have that subscription. Well, that's no good. Well, of course it can't be legal, but you know, neither is anything else they're doing. $100,000 a month is what they're going to charge. You know, and this moron that they're putting in as the AG, you know, he's been a bootlicker or butt licker for Trump for, you know, he's the guy that defended him against Carroll and everything else. He's just a sock puppet or a meat puppet or whatever you say. I think it's just pretty amazing. They've taken over the entire government. All the kids are making, you know, the prediction markets, whatever those two places are called, who got licensed, who suddenly got approved by the FTC or whatever it is. Well, Don Jr. just happens to be an advisor on the board of both of them. And it's to the extent that Arizona sued them for breaking Arizona state law, and the Department of Justice fought the case in favor of the prediction markets against the state of Arizona. The Federal Department of Justice. It's goddamn. If I didn't see it in real life, I would just be going, "Oh yeah, this is what is this, Family Guy or some crap?" It's amazing. And of course, Don Jr. doesn't have any more idea what he's. Just like he got some company he's also hooked up to got non-competitive contract awards from the Department of Defense for drone manufacturing or something. It's just amazing. But when I saw the $100,000 a month fee for, I thought, whoa, if that counts me out. And what does that say to you? That they realize that those are valuable enough tweets, insider tweets, that you could pay $100,000 a month and it would still be a good idea for you. Wow, huh? Isn't it amazing? It's like some third world shithole here now. I mean, I'm used to that in Africa, you know? Like, I was in Africa when Mugabe ruined Zimbabwe and all that, you know? It's like, okay. When I was in Angola, Dos Santos was the president. He had kicked out his Russian wife and got a Portuguese one because that, you know, it flipped for Savimbi and the Angolans. Well, there's only one guy in Angola who has the authority to sign diamond export permits. Guess who that was? Dos Santos. Guess whose daughter is the first African billionaire? Dos Santos' daughter. It's just, but you expect that in Angola or some, equally third world shithole, but you don't. I mean, this is, I don't know what this is anymore. Well, I don't know what they're going to do here. Break her up or break her down. I missed this long down here when we got below the 25 and just ahead of the 50, but maybe not. Maybe it's just going to do the little bitty bar trade thing here, I guess. I don't know. These things are legal if you are making up the law as you go. Yeah, it's me too, man. Imagine me, I got a lot more years on you, I think. It's got to be really disappointing. I feel bad for my wife and daughter, I feel bad I brought them here, frankly. So far, it's been fine. We're isolated, but still, I mean, our daughter she told somebody when she was about 6 that she was learning English. She wanted to learn English. This is in Saigon. She wanted to learn English because she was going to go to America and live. It's been a dream of hers for, 18 years or so, her entire life. And now she doesn't pay any attention to this stuff. And so I guess maybe she is okay with it, but I feel bad. Myself. I feel bad that I didn't get along here too also. I don't know. It's looking kind of like it's falling down. I'm ready for some big sweep like we had yesterday, where it just goes zoop. Is there something going on I don't know about? Trump's talking at 1,400, according to Financial Juice. This looks like a pretty strange market. But remember, these are non-farm payroll highs, and we actually lost 100,000 jobs. I don't get it, or I'm misreading the report. It looks to me like minus 23,000 is that's lost. And the forecast was for plus 85 or something ridiculous. And I actually clicked on the link and read the damn thing a couple of times thinking, I must be doing this wrong. I don't know. I'm spooked to put on a long down here until they do something. It looks to me like they're building up a lot of stops under here, and they're going to do a liquidity sweep, and then maybe they're going to take it up. Assuming up is the direction they're planning to go. I don't know. Trump is still going. He's still banging on about that birthright citizenship. He's going to sign some executive order thing, which he seems to think has some sort of super duper power about that again today. that said. And I'm just, looking at the ground news. I don't know. You can bet your sweet ass that if you or I sold some sort of subscription because we had inside knowledge about some market moving something or another, I'd be in jail so fast I wouldn't, know what hit me. Just like Martha Stewart and all the other people that have been thrown in jail for not even having done it, but, Well, this consolidation's got me spooked. I was wanting them to get back down to these levels here and take the liquidity under them because of all these stops. Piling up, I assume, but I guess they're not going to. So, here I stand. Heart in hand. And it's Friday. And it was non-farm payroll. And they're probably going to run it up to the top, I guess. The big auction or option expiration, as I understand, it's the third Friday of the month, isn't it? So this is obviously not. This is just the usual weekly and daily expiration, I guess. And there's no earnings really today at all. Oops, what a bummer. Man, there's some. Oh, no, you got me thinking about Angola here now. Boy, there's some crazy things happened there. Oof. I keep expecting a sweep, and maybe I'm just going to be standing here till Tuesday, but I obviously missed the opportunity down here somewhere, I guess. Or the real opportunity was the mean reversion up above when I didn't know that the IB had been set. Jesus Christ. I got to tighten this up somehow. Yeah. Yeah, and that's on the or that's on the contract expirations, but during the in between months, it's the third Friday of the month, I think, when the monthly options expire, and then or not, I don't know. So I read that somewhere, or I dreamed it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that was it. Yeah, I suppose. I'm rolling around these different ideas with like the diminishing scaling and that kind of thing, and it's even the AI thing said, well, you've got to be prepared for it's a low win rate, but because typical relationship, right? The higher the R value or the R factor, the lower the win rates typically. So you have to be real careful about risk management. And then I have, some other sides of the coin, like don't ask very much of the markets, just base hits and out. The static guys are pretty much, they're most of Rod and those guys, they put on a long one and they don't scale and they don't do any of that now. But I'm thinking that this is those are thoughts in my mind when I'm looking at that. Those kinds of different strategies. Balanced, and more balanced. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when the zero DTEs and all of that stuff that everybody's always talking about now. Well, are they going to break out the top? Probably, I guess. I don't know. Thought sure they were going to pull it back again and I could get on the long. Having missed the mean reversion at the IB break. The problem I have up here is we've got this 7800's been sitting in the market for, you know, since Christ with the Carpenter, since before the open even. Yeah. I hate trading breakouts. I actually have an error code in my old journal of, you know, breakout, ER-BO. Because I found myself every time I took a breakout trade, it was FOMO. Basically, I was chasing it. I realized that breakout is a valid strategy, you know, worked phenomenally well for the turtles, but I guess it's just how I think about it. And had I just shut my mouth and got on any one of these little dips down here, you know, buy the dip and sell the rip, I'd be sitting on 6-7 handles now. According to, I was asking this, the Google AI thing, whatever the hell that is, about strategies, you know, just curious to see what the things would say. One of talking about the IB and this and that, and one of the recommendations was, well, the IB, typically the IB, when volume has become low and volatile, you know, and rotational and everything like that, the only approach, really, the winning approach, is a mean reversion. Makes sense to me right here. That's what I was talking about earlier, but didn't realize that we had taken the IB. But boy, was that the perfect mean reversion, right? And I'm not sure what the statistics are, but there is much more. There are many more, a higher probability or percentage of rotational days than directional. I'm not sure if that goes true in this crazy environment, but so there would be the static target, I mean the original target from the 25 or between 25 and 50 to the IB again. So that would have worked out okie dokie. The POC is still not moved on Bookmap for the mini, the micro. And it's way the hell up here on IRT. I give up. It's moved twice in IRT. It moved once, twice. Man. Looking at the values here, it is correct, but not according to oh man, that sucks. Yeah, and there are more of those rotational days than there are trend days, statistically. I'm thinking to take a little bites out of the base hits is a better idea than trying to do some sort of a long scaling scenario. I mean, just that one 3 in the 3-2-1 is 10 and 10 is 20 and 20 is 40 handles. Handles, not ticks. I mean, that's a pretty big day. Which is kind of the old scalper mentality, I guess. The other side of that coin is the amount of times you put your account at risk to the market. I don't know that it's any different though, really, because the amount of, if you go into one of those high yeah, we do. So they say. If you go into like one of those higher R trades, you're in the market for longer, so the risk exposure to the account is probably the same or longer as a series of smaller trades, I guess. In IRT it moved up again. The POC is migrated higher again. I don't know what to do. What to do about that with Bookmap. And I suppose it also depends on how you define rotational or trend. You know, in my opinion, it's when I look at the market profile and I see this, I think, okay, that's a rotational day. And when I see this horse shit, I say that's a trend day. But maybe to somebody, you know, this is, what is this, 43 to 81, you know, 40 handles, more or less, is a trend. I don't know. I guess it's all relative, huh? Okay. So go long, is that it? All in, baby. I would like to do that. I was still kind of disappointed about the mean reversion, but they've just migrated up here again and come down and touched it. I just keep thinking that they're going to get a bunch of short stops down around here, or long stops, and sweep them to get the liquidity before they take it higher. That's what I read. I mean literally read as in text read, but not market read. Oh, this is terrible. There's the sweep. Oh, wrong freaking screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, higher, I guess, is where we're going. Aren't I glad I didn't get long? Well, if they come back and test the IB, I will go long, I think, because that's an IB continuation trade in the old sense of the word. And it may not work out, but I'm tired of doing this, that's for sure. And I likely won't have any opportunity. Well, I hope you're long. From around the 71s there someplace. Well, according to that Gex thing, the plan was to go higher for the mid towards the call wall. If I read that right. Of course, I didn't do any of that. That profile balance is up here at whatever the hell this line is, 78, 79-ish, no, 78, 20, 78 half, 10, I guess. I think the mid's 78 and change. That 7,800, boy, look at that. They're parked out up there pretty well. Oh, come on, man. The POC is still not moved. I wonder if I reset this thing, if that would change the calculation of the POC. I sort of hate to screw up everything, but I mean, clear the reset is what I mean. Better leave it alone. Better leave well enough alone. Well, my little algorithm is down here putting along. Son of a gun. Why don't I just listen to that stupid thing? I should have just stopped trying to get to the 50. You know, I don't know what my problem is, but it's definitely a big one lately. T1, T2, and there's the mid up above us. Well above the Gex flip, but boy, did it have a reaction, eh? Tom's gonna starting up his stream. If you listen to it, you be sure and report back and tell me everything I missed, all the great ideas I missed. I'm sure they got short or a long way down at the bottom there. Welcome to the stream. I see a lot of numbers over there, but I don't see anybody in the chat. Drop something in the chat. Where are you? Who are you? Like, subscribe. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. It's my virtual trading journal. So whatever you see on these two screens, my primary monitors here are captured on the video, and my voiceover or my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. That's how this works. Not a my way or the highway deal at all, but this is what I'm doing. Transparent and fully accountable. Only trade live on Bookmap on this. Only trade live on the stream. No trades off stream. Boom. $10.30. Funny IB today, you know, this crazy thing that it poked through and I didn't even notice it, and then one more time and now this. And back down to the IB again. Whether that's a long or not, I don't know. Or they're going to drop down to the high again. Looks like they're going to drop down some more. Oh, okay. uh, what a Harshitsukla. That's a hell of a name you got there, my brother. I'm going to call you Har. How's that sound? What's the question? Let's see. The latter, I believe. This is something I just found out about. I mean, the Gex levels are based on the. I can actually. I'm looking to think about a trade here, so I'm gonna stand by for one. Okay. Keep expecting a sweep, but the closest they got was that thing over there, and that's not much of one. This is basically an IB continuation trade here, but it's just that selling not getting anywhere. It's got me spooked. It's based on CME options data. As soon as I see what's going to happen here, Harsh, I'll put up a screen on the other side there to say the description of that this guy's published. It's a free thing I found on for TradingView. It's not based on market, the typical market stuff. It is based on CME data, options data, or CBOT, I guess. I'll let you look at that in a minute. Is something going to happen here at 11? Is Trump talking or some other crap I don't know about? And how would you guy go about doing that? We look pretty much, kind of look into it a little bit around here. Well, yeah, I've got absorption and sweeps and all of that in Bookmap, if that's what you mean. And nothing's firing based on the settings I have. Am I on the right? Yeah, I'm on the right screen. Anton uses footprint charts. You can get a lot of granular stuff out of there. Sometimes, I think. I keep thinking they're going to bust down and sweep some of these stops and then catch the liquidity and go the other direction. But yeah, quite obviously these sellers got absorbed. And I don't know, actually, I might be lying to you. I might have the absorption thing turned off because I try to keep the screen as clean as I can keep it. There we go. There's a bunch of those stops they were looking for. And the IRT is, Bookmap is still not migrated to VPOC, which just sucks the big one. Stand by until I see if I get an entry or a trigger here somewhere, and then I'll we'll get back to talking about it. There's a bar trade, I guess, isn't there, Anton? What tools are you looking at to determine whether the sellers are getting absorbed or not there, Harsh? Harsh, I guess it is, yeah. Harsh shit. I got it. Hmm. I guess you know this is Bookmap and IRT. I don't know. Come to think about it, I don't know that. You know that. And those GEX levels are on TradingView. That's a free thing on TradingView, by the way. Hmm. Those the bubbles things here on IRT Bookmap are delta. Just FYI. So these sellers aren't getting paid yet. I'm so disappointed about this POC story. That's really weird. I'm not knowing what looked perfect here, but I guess I'm out of the loop. Well, I would just be real pleased about a long, but I'm not thinking that's what everybody else is thinking at the moment. Frickin' 11 o'clock coming up here. I don't know whether I can do this quickly or not. There we go. Absorption indicator. See what that. I don't know the settings, but I thought it was on, but it wasn't. Well, this has got me on the edge of my seat. I'm thinking long and yeah. Oh, bar setups. There you go. Okay, sorry about that. I'm all thinking about this mess over here. Yeah, I mean, there's one, and here's another bar, but the problem is we're breaking out, but not retesting, right? This one kind of is. Maybe. I'm about ready to just put a long on and go look for something to eat. It's irritating. There's an absorption. Bull flag. Flat top and higher lows. Isn't that no, bear flag? Isn't that a bear flag? I don't remember all that. Remember all those beauties. Let me see if I can get this text over here for you. Well, wait a minute. There you go, Harsh. This is the text spiel that comes along with that indicator that I found. The GEX thing. Now we got a bar trade, it looks like. So there's the data. And that's what I know about it. Yeah. Okay, more bubbles, she said. Well, I missed the long, huh? One thing that I never do, and somebody said, the cumulative delta, which is this thing right here. If it's steep, if it's flat, I don't know, I'll have to reread what I've read about that. I never have those lines down there on the bottom, but that's the cumulative delta. Flat is rotational, and yeah, that's pretty obvious. Steep is doing something. It seems pretty, it's like any other fault trailing indicator, I think, isn't it? And I don't know anything more about that data, Harsh, than that. Yeah, but boy, I'm telling you, I have a hard time with breakouts. Oof. Like I said, that was actually an error code in my world. What else was I looking at? Oh yeah, you wanted to have more bubbles going on, right? Heat map. I think the bubble thing's over here. I don't even know where it lives, to be honest with you. Volume dots. There you go. Size. Volume dots by delta. 3D. Minimal displayed volume 25. Minimal trade order size 25. Apply to bars. Inherit from bars. Transparency. I don't know, there's a way to add more of them. I guess change these things down here to minimal and maximal, minimum and maximum trade size, I guess. If anybody knows how to do this, type something in there, you can tell how often I look at it. Oh, here we go. Look at here. Isn't the old boomer glad he's not long? Uh-huh. 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 Yeah. Well, back to the bar right here. Back to the bar. This is that indicator, Harsh. Obviously, these IB and a little algorithm I just played around with to see if I could do. But this is the indicator itself. You get this data here, you got the calls and stuff over here, and you got this gizmo going on down here. And it's all called something. MFG Elite. And you can set it up. The only changes I made here was to put it to my time zone, and I'm in Central Standard Time, so there you are. And free, so free's good. If you have Trading View and if you care and all that other stuff, but. Do you have Harsh? Do you by any chance use Mentor Q or Spot Gamma for your Gex stuff? We were just discussing that earlier in the stream before you joined up. I have no clue whether these numbers are close. Just somebody pulls them out of their ass or what? But it seems like they're accurate. And the mid, this stuff does accurately move the intraday, like the mid flips back and forth depending on where we are above the call flip or the Gex flip. Well, we were talking about Anton is probably going to go with Mentor Q because it integrates. It's much more professional than the Trading View free thing, of course, and it integrates with his ATAS software, which he likes a lot. So if you use Mentor Q or Spot Gamma, how do these levels tie back or match up or line up or something? And thanks for participating. That's the whole point of the stream. It really makes it nice. Of course, like, subscribe, send money, all that stuff, all the important things, but maybe not really. And I push these from IRT to Bookmap, like I do these trading zones and things, which is just a little internal thing I do from there. Ooh, sweeperoonie, loony toony. You realize that the sweeps, I've just got them, I set the standoff so they're out of the way of price. The real sweep is just these values right, I guess, to here. I suppose and same way with the stops and whatever else. This is the absorption. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's just, I forget the little symbols here. They got an iceberg and a something else. And here we go down. And IRT our Bookmap is still not. Now we're under the POC. IRT's got the POC up here. We're now trading under the POC. You notice that I try to keep the same colors here. So this is the migrating developing volume profile, volume point of control, and the fixed or where it is red. IBs are green, and this goofy whatever magenta or whatever that color is those are the VWAPs, and this little dotty boy down here is the mid. You can also read all the data. If you're not familiar with IRT, Harsh, if I'm showing this window in any of the charts in the header, is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So if you can't read that watermark thing, or if I'm, passed out or whatever, whatever else it is, you can glean what you're looking at if I've got these charts, if I'm on the IRT stuff. And just so you know, this is the program that or the platform that I build strategies and back test, forward test, out of sample test, vet, etc. The charts associated have nothing to do with the trading system. They're just for visualization. For me to be able to see something's happening when and where I think it ought to. And the trading done on IRT is by the computer is in the simulated IRT environment, not live, not by me. So that's real important for you to know. And this is a version of a trading system, and it's right here. And these are the IB and the 25% zones, and then how I have it set up to enter, and all that kind of stuff. And these zones and levels are what is being pushed over here to. There's the orb high and 25% and 50 and down below. So now you know all there is to know, my brother. Or sister, whatever. I'm assuming Harshit's a guy. You never know. Who knows? Who cares? So, yeah, that's how it works. And then after I've back tested everything and have all the reports and data out of IRT, I can take it over to a spreadsheet and do all the analysis, which is important because I try to only trade structured trades, which I have pre-identified and done the homework to have an expectancy, positive expectancy and win rate, all those things. Oh, there you go. That's a quick up to speeder for you there. I hope I was on the right window all that time. If I wasn't, God, I'm terrible with it. If I wasn't, this is what I was talking about, these systems here. And the reason I'm trying to lean on Edgeful and these algorithms in TradingView is I am an old cowboy from Montana, and that's the truth. This coding took me a long time to figure out, and I'm not fast at it or good at it. It's accurate. Back tests right up, perfect, does all the reporting, does all that kind of stuff, gives you the stats that I'm able to pull into my analysis sheets. But my goal here is not to be a great programmer. My goal is to maintain a consistently profitable trading business, So what I need is vetted setups that I can use in the trading day, and not be, squinting into the wee hours of the night doing this crap. So that's why I'm trying to lean on Edgeful for statistics, and I'm trying to look at the TradingView stuff, these little algos that I've put together in TradingView, so that I can, if it looks like it works out, I can do much faster and back testing stuff for the data. So now you know the whole story. And that the backtesting results are here. Every one of these rows is a backtest. 495 days, so many trades, on and on. And I've, do them pretty religiously. The setup criteria, the instrument. Here's this one is 600 days, and there's the winning trades or total trades, win rate, average winner, losses, average loser, scratch, etc. And then I get all the data that's important to have, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, RR, profit factor, trades per day, MEF, MAE, and then consecutive winners, losers, and I can get Sharpe ratio and Sotino and whatever else, but I don't bother usually. So that's the process in a nutshell. So now you know the whole story. And that's why the IV trades are what I'm trying to do. And maybe I'm pissing in the wind here. Maybe that's, it makes sense to me because that's what the most successful traders in the world do, which is, I'm talking Jim Simmons and Peter Brandt, and Thorpe, and everybody, Tom Sawzoff and those guys. They find a strategy that has a high expectancy with specific rules and then trade it whenever it presents itself in the market and lean on the law of large numbers, which is, incidentally, as I'm sure you know, the exact business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino, or as, whatever they call these idiots now, the websites. They play no game that they have not pre-identified to have a specific positive edge with specific rules. Then they put it on the casino floor, and the only thing they want to do is play that game as many times as they can at 24 hours so that they can lean on the law of large numbers, the number of occurrences, and amplify or, grow by the economics of scale, the expectancy. That's my approach. And, some folks trade discretion with strictly on discretion and do great. It's just what I'm doing. Well, this is supposed to be the POC. What did you say the POC? Wait a minute. Where did you say that? 76, 77, 60. Well, let's look at what the ES is. This will screw everything up, but why not? Yeah, it's still down there on the ES and book map. It's still 60, 75-ish. There you go. But IRT has got them both different. I don't know. So frustrating, man. I'm telling you, I need some simple thing. I really enjoyed Trade-Evade when I traded off it. It was an app. You could log on from wherever the hell. I could log on from my work computer when I was in the office or not. And it did volume profile and bracket orders. And there you go. Bob's your uncle. I got to say, all this convoluted crap. And I'm not sure if it makes any money. Well, I'm having a terrible time now with paralysis by analysis, but still, So in the big picture, what have we got? Lower highs, lower lows in the last hour. We're approaching 11 o'clock, which is RTH2, or that's not good, in my opinion. What's Blue Boy have to say? This blue line right here is just a vertical indicator, a vertical line from Bookmap. I slap that on the first print of every session. This is obviously the inside market. This is right here, right now. So when I can spot Blue Boy over here on the left, I know without any question in my mind what context is for the day. There we go. Finally. They finally got it up there. I can know without any question what context is for the session so far. And there you have it. And we just moved her up. POC and this is the brighter yellow, which is the RTH POC. And the dimmer yellow one down here is the full session. Well, there you go. Now they're up. I didn't check the ES. Maybe it did. I don't know. Probably. I see guys even recently as today on one of the static guys talking about cross trading, watching the MES or watching the ES and trading the MES. I so often see a discrepancy between levels and values and POCs and stuff like that. I'm not sure how that works out or how they do it. Doesn't seem like it would be very good. I don't think wouldn't work for me, I don't think. Well, are they going to bring her down here to this low volume node, and then, you know, or price check at aisle 3, clear down here at the bottom. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? No, this is not the bubbles. This thing up here, this is the, I'm sorry, I just saw your, oh, well, maybe this is the bubbles, this thing here. Yeah, maybe this is bubbles. You might be right. Yeah, volume dot size, but that's just size. And this is for all the colory crap in the heat map. All of that stuff. You know? Just distracts the living crap out of me. I can't deal with it. And that's the only reason this set like I do is I can understand it. And it doesn't distract me so much. This is the size of the bubbles, but they just get bigger like that. It doesn't add more of them. Well, they do aggregate, so that's also something. If you, I don't know where I had it, but I guess it's there. If you scroll in or out, the bubbles and all that stuff will aggregate together or not. I remember that. I never touched those. You can see how often I adjust them. Didn't even occur to me that slider was up there at the top. There you go. So we have the absorption. We've got the sweeps. We've got too much liquidity floating around here to suit me. I guess that's about what it was. We've still got this big bunch of stuff hanging out and of course we got the century figure up here that's been there since Christ was a carpenter. Came in the book at 8:13 this morning, Central Standard Time. Diddling in the middle, I don't like that. But this is a VPOC migration. I should just go along and say to hell with it, huh? Well, I guess I should have taken a little pullback. Yeah, well, a lot of people do, I guess. When I look at the levels and the POCs and stuff on my junk over here, they're not the same. So, especially when there's sometimes it will, if you've got a resting order, MES will go there and ES won't, or, buy a tick or two, that kind of thing. But yeah, there are obviously guys that are successful at Finto and some guys at Satec do that. I'm sure there's people in T-Lab that do. I don't know why would you do that? What's the point? Why not just watch the instrument you're trading? I don't quite understand the logic. I'm asking sincerely, not sarcastically. I don't really understand the logic. That was a sneeze and a half. Holy moly. Wake this mess up a little bit here, huh? Wake him up. Wake him up, baby. Wind it up, baby. I'm speaking at 1400, by the way, everyone. So there's a risk potential there. Tehran's mayor, whatever his name is, Zakari. Nations that have threatened their... you can read it for yourself. There you go. Juice. I would suppose that the commander-in-chief will have something to say about that. I would guess. Okay, did everybody get rich while I was gone? Oh, man, we didn't do anything. The VPOC, in my world, the VPOC is right on top of or one tick off the IB high. What's going on with my favorite algo beauty over here? Well, there we go. We didn't get to T1 yet. When this thing gets to T1, it'll trail automatically to break even. Like it did right here. This was yesterday. And then took a stopped out. Look at that. Isn't that something? Oh boy. What a world. What a world. What a world. By the way, I can't hear the music. It's quiet in my office. I don't have speakers. So if it's, obnoxious or somebody wants something different, speak up. No problem for me. If I want to hear it, I've got to put on my headset. And I stood around with a headset on before I got my mic and mixer and stuff like that for a long time, and I don't like that. My ears get burning. Good. Think so. That's an interesting idea. Well, I never traded the micros before, months ago when I was headed to start de-risking. I always just traded first of all, NASDAQ, and then crude oil, and then the ME. Yes, I mean. But that's crazy. But if your trades are being based on, and your profits being based on, your trades are being entered in the MES, I would suppose the volume is relative to that, isn't it? I don't know. Excuse me. While I'm busy choking to death over here. Well, what are they going to do? Price check at aisle 3, or what the hell is the story? This is boring as tears, isn't it? They got off to a rip snorting start. That was definitely the, if you're a rearview mirror guy, this was the, I knew very well to go long here because we put this in and then we tested down, and so I got long, and of course I didn't do that. But that's how the rearview mirror folks work, and it, if you could figure out, if I could figure out how to do it and really do it, and I suppose the secret is to just, you know, there's the hard right edge. So I guess if you use the old reversal theory where it's a W, you know, let's see, where it's an A, B, C, C is higher than A, and then when price, or when the market comes through the B, that's the reversal, and yeah, that would have worked, and that would have been valid. Oh, there's the sweep I've been waiting for. Hi, Sweepy. Sweepy, absorption, absorption, stops. Excuse me, but I don't know what that is. I wish it was clear. So there we go. Finally. I can see that I need to change the font size of absorption. It looks like the Hindenburg over here. I haven't had them on for such a long time. See if I can figure out how to do that. Greater or equal to 150. What the hell is that? I thought there was a visual setting here that I could turn down the font. Visual settings, that could be where they are. Yeah, there we go. Icon size, let's get down to about a 10 or something. Oh, it won't go that low. Okay, 12. What does that do? That's better, I guess. Oh, and the full session VWAP or VPOC now just migrated up. This is the from started plotting last night over here, the Globex, and this is the RTH. Different yellows. Looky there. Let's get 5 minutes on them. Oops, that's 2 minutes. Let's look at 5. So we're 5 minutes on the bottom, and pretty quick we're going to be 1 point high up here. I hope. Oh, there we go. That's going to take out my stop on my little algo boy over there. No, it's only back to the 25. Never mind. I was joking about price check at aisle 3, but maybe not. Maybe no joke. Wow. Looky there. Previous RTH high, and here we go. Did somebody say something? Or I was joking about price check at aisle 3, and a son of a bitch, look at there. VWAPs, mid. Oh, something's had to happen. Maybe this was just something. No? Nothing? That same story about the mayors, all I see. I don't have... Look at there. I'll be damned. Huh. I'm going to see if I can get old Walter up here. I haven't looked at Walter in a long time. Oh, I forgot all this crap. Can't do it. I remember my logon for it. Walter Bloomberg. Yeah, that's what I thought. Good boy, Walter. Yeah, they're kicking America right the hell out of that Middle East and the Straits of Hormuz and that's exactly what they should do. It's none of anybody's business over, you know what I mean? Well, look at there. Absolutely. A double bottom. Where's my mouse? Double bottom. Price check at aisle 3. Look at that. And I was completely joking. Careful what you wish for. I'm not saying that I knew that was going to happen, but and my little algorithm should be stopped out right now. Wow. They turned this thing around. Yeah, I can't get Walter Bloomberg up on my lower screens here, so just have to take my word for it. Well, yeah, and we're down here to the migrating VPOCs where they left from, the 60s, and it doesn't look like they're through either. Oh, my poor little algo's going to be all stopped out on TradingView. Not yet, but we'll see. Well, I tell you what, we're headed for is the Gex flip again. Be careful about that thing. Remember? Right there. My stop at the moment is here. So it's didn't make T1, which would have brought the stop to here. Wait a minute, where's my stop? Is it here or here? I don't remember. I think it's down here. Let's look. And it's just a joke anyway. I mean, it's just, you know, here. What are you gonna do? Make believe. Stops at 50. IB range. So yeah, the stop would be the 25 down here. If we hit the 25 just above the Gex level, it'll stop out. How am I doing? Right? Well, yeah. If we hit right here, there you go. There's the red guy. That'll be the stop, just ahead of the Gex. I wish that code for the was open. It's locked. Just because I'd like to see how we did it and specifically where that data is coming from. Obviously, that's why I locked it, probably. Look at him go. Thou shalt not go up anymore. He said. It's in the Bible. Check it out. And you know, oh well, never mind. I'm tired of always thinking that way. I mean, non-farm payroll comes out and they lost 23,000 jobs and they were forecasting 85,000 add. So that's over 100,000 jobs. And somehow the market thinks it's a great idea to go up. I mean, this is much more what I would expect. This was the reaction to the jobs market that I would have expected. So, beats the hell out of me. Well, has the ES, I guess I could look, has the ES VPOC migrated yet? Up to the 79 somewhere? I guess I could be not such a lazy puke and look over here. No, it has not. On this one, it has on my IRT, so I don't know what to tell you. I could also just look on my mini tabs. There's the there's the POC, so it says it's up here on this one. There are all the migrations. So, yeah. What can I say? Rotational, huh? The Globex POC is doing the square dance over here. Well, now what? Good thing I put Monkey Boy out in the backyard when he was busy convincing me how good of an idea getting long off that IB would have been. What I missed the original IB, it was a good idea, but you know, he who hesitates is lost. Isn't that how the saying goes? Damn, it's 11:30 already. What the heck? How does this go so fast? No wonder I'm hungry. If you had to look at it on the market profile anyway, it's a P-shaped profile, which is short covering or buying, right? Doesn't look quite as pronounced on the volume profile. And they got her up there a little bit. Now they're back below that VPOC, the MCV POC again. Ridiculous. I keep wondering when common sense is going to come back, and maybe not for another couple of years or so. I don't know. Good call on the don't go long. Too much resistance, Anton. Nice observation. Not call, I shouldn't say that. Well, there is the session so far. And don't forget that there's the open. So we have essentially traded this entire day for nothing as of right there, which we just about got to. What happened here? Why'd that move? Oh yeah, there's the open. Okay. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Strictly speculation. Well, there's a whole bunch of T-Lab stuff going on here. Here's the mid VWAP, VPOC. Here's the POC up at the B. Actually, the POC needs to jump outside of the IB, and then that's a. I think Rod's got that set up somewhere. Previous RTH high. I don't know why they didn't want to go higher. What's the reason? Why would they want to go up? Oh, well, wait a minute. Where's the Gex flip thing? Why don't I see that? Oh, down below us. Okay, never mind. A lot of obstacles here for range requirement for going short or long, either one, but that's a developing value area low right in there too. For anybody that's new around here, the value area high or low are from the previous auction, RTH, and the developing is this current one. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, here we go. Why? Why? One thing to be aware of, I bet you money, I'll bet we're a real low volume. Anybody want to bet? There you go. 67% average volume for this time of day. Looking over 20 trading periods. And volatility's up. 3.5 points per 1 minute candle. ATR. That's exactly what they're doing. They're just jerking everybody's chain. Whoever they is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, this would have been, of course, in the rearview mirror, any of these spots I can identify immediately where I should have put a trade on one way or another, but I'm not sure what to do here. This kind of no man's land, except for the fact that this is the mid VWAP VPOC. That's the thing that works a lot of times. So maybe that's a reasonable trade. It would have been a reasonable trade to take. This crap here, what's that about, Not a sweep, maybe, but something. I'm almost tempted to put a long on just to see if they're going to run it up. I should have been more tempted down here, I guess. Yeah, but it's almost 12. I'll wait till the top of the hour tonight. Yeah, I am hungry. The boss is calling, so I'm always mindful of that. What's going on else? I'm pretty sure nothing's happening on these things. They're better not. Now the way this works is should have been a trade right here. Did I do something stupid like take it off the chart? I do stupid things frequently. No, but I got 2 of them on here. That's even extra dumb. What am I doing that for? Well, there you go. 64 ticks on that one. 3 rules. A, B, trigger. Yeah, I realize not very imaginative, but hey. This was an old one of the first one I figured out how to code up. It just uses these zones. Continuation zone, pullback zone. Boop, boop. And A takes out the IB. B goes into, high goes into either the pullback or the continuation zone. And the trigger is when price goes back to the trigger zone, and these are real simple. 3 to 5 points above or below the IB level. And the trigger zone is 1 point above or below the IB level. Not imaginative, but you got to start somewhere. In this case, there's 11 tick loser and a 64 tick. And one other thing about this old indicator in IRT doesn't know to add up more than 1 target. Yeah, take care, Anton. Doesn't know to sum more than 1 target at a time. So this is 64 ticks plus 12. Not a big deal, but there you go. And that is this code being evaluated every 30 minutes or 30 seconds by the system, by the computer. And I hate these hi Panda. Stand here and don't trade days, but they seem to be more and more. I mean, I realize I've got a analysis by paralysis problem, but the if I don't have a vetted setup, there you go. Panda, what you doing? Right. I'm half tempted to take a trade here off this 25 level headed back to the IB, which is the original setup was to be between the 50 and the original data calls for, pull back 76% to the 25 zone, 53% down to the 50. So I usually extrapolate somewhere in the middle. Never got there and went the other way. And that's from Edgeville. Hey, what's up? Thanks, Dad. We meet. What, baby? We meet. Okay, am I missing anything here? I don't think so. Now we're 10 minutes to the top of the hour, which is historically a crap day time, in my opinion, for trading. This whole day hasn't been that snazzy, but it's you know. Well, I didn't listen to myself once again, and look at here, 71 to 76. There's 5 points. Gonna go up here and tag them out. Or not. Ooh. Boy, this thing is doing the square dance here, huh? This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. It will continue through 1600 today. And this one, ooh, they both came together. This one here, the brighter yellow one, is the RTH. Now that's got to have every migrating VPOC guy confused, because we got the RTH migrated lower and the full session migrated up. Looks like the RTH is winning the battle here if you're talking about a VPOC migration trade. And it popped right back to Anton 74s there, so that's a good observation. Hey Harsh, did you see did you catch my question about, do you use Mentor Q or Spot Gambler or one of those GEX deals? I'd be curious. If you do, I'd be curious, just do these levels look normal? Like, for example, does the compared to what you've got, does the what's the GEX flip? You know, I've got 7750 over here, and then we can look at the max pain or the put wall or whatever else. But if the max flip is or GEX flip is right, the rest of them are usually pretty close. 7900's a call wall. Ooh, didn't get stopped. Ooh, biting the nails though. Remember that this is just the indicator and what it did, and this little blue guy, the little blue diamond there, is where the entry actually occurred. So I'm just amazed at how handy this trading view thing is to use and to, you know, do crazy stuff, zoom around. What happened last 5E? Look at this thing, you know. None of my stuff works like that, and I'm really amazed that it works so well, and I'm also amazed that I didn't know anything about it before. I'm kind of a, if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy, so I sit here with my little stuff, and that's what I do. Boo-boo. Well, this rotational day is sure building out, isn't it? Look at this. flat on the top. So my usual speech about I think we got some upside to do, because just look at that. Does the auction look finished to you? We trade down here to a taper. We trade up here to a flat top. I would think, visually speaking, no statistics or any other thing, but typically they come to a, if you've ever been to an auction, they don't just, unless somebody pulls the cord or whatever, they don't just quit. They auction up to nothing and down to nothing. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we went up there further. Also, in IRT, this gold line here and the gold one down here, that's the balance area of the profile based on the volume. So, in theory, that's where it needs to get. I can't imagine it's going to, but all right, that's how it. That's what it says in the fine print. Hey, Panda, what's up, girl? Huh? What do you do? You want to wish everybody on the stream a happy TGIF? No? You don't want to say anything? You're going to be quiet? Cat got your tongue? Kitty cat? She's a ham. Usually when I pick her up and put her by the mic, she meows all over the place. Oh, now you're meowing, yeah. Hi. That's a good sound. That means that I might get fed here. This is not an example of a 12-to-1 stat day, so I wouldn't count on that or think about it. And I'm going to step away here myself and have something to eat. Yeah, Panda, I hear you. You're meowing up a storm. What's the deal here? All right, I'm going to step away. I'll be back in a couple of minutes or something. I'm not too far away. I'll poke my head in and out, but boy, we got that square dance going on, don't we? So these consolidations are turning into bar trades. Can be. This is Friday expiration. I think they're worried about the geopolitical. There's no earnings out tonight that mean a damn. Obviously, it was non-farm payroll, but it was a terrible report, and for whatever reason, they thought it was a good idea to go up during the pre-market. Now, this is, you notice how this is the brighter yellow? And this is the more muted yellow. This bright yellow is the RTH POC. In Bookmap, you see that it's still up here in IRT. So if you wanted to be a VPOC migration trader, it just went lower. If they pull it up, you could do that. I have never been very successful with that trade, and there's a lot of obstacles in the way, of the risk to range requirement. Typically, I would want to have an unobstructed path to my first scale. And in this case, nada, piñata. All right. With that, brilliant. I'm going to leave the music on. If that's not right, somebody type something in the thing and I'll change it. Well, and so much for my obstacles in the way. Here we go. Here we go down. Loop-de-loo. All on a Saturday night, Friday night. See what those obstacles can do for you? Or do to you, I guess. And here we are back at the POC again. It's a tough day. I remember that there are 3 positions in trading: long, short, and flat. And there's no trading is also there's a fallacy in trading that there is a relationship. It's let me see how to say this exactly. There's no correlation in trading to reward and effort. It's not like a day's pay for a day's work, or you work more hours, you get more pay, or however it works. Wherever you're from, whatever kind of work ethic you've got. That's not the case in trading. Just as being risk averse and all those things that our monkey boy, our monkey mind does to us psychologically. The fact that you're standing in front of your screens doesn't mean you need to be clicking the mouse. That's a big thing that a lot of people have to come to grips with. Well, it looks like they've gone exactly sideways. That's not too surprising for the noon hour. Right, I'm going to do my midday, go out and get a little sun and rest my eyes and go for a walk and be back pretty quick. Wow, look at that sweep. What that supposed to be is the liquidity grab. Yeah, okay, they're going to keep this up. I'm going to do a couple things here. I'll be back in a little bit. Well, that was fun. Okay. Well, that's interesting day. Remember, we're right back at the open again, so this has just been a giant exercise in, well, look here, it's a little princess. Well, hey, Magic. What a day, huh? And right exactly back smack dab to the open. I always love those. They've just ground up, you know, however many thousands of dollars worth of people, and there they are. A giant exercise in speculation. Having nothing to do with the value of the S&P. Hope you had a good day there, Magic. I'm sure you probably did. I didn't even look at the box this morning because it's Friday. And I remember the words of the mystical magic guy. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, so. I did think they were going to get it going somewhere, though. Right back down to the Gex flip again. Yeah. The only thing that took a trade today, well, on my was this little algo boy over here, and he's going to get stopped right there. Didn't quite make T1. I'm sure it's not going to, but you know, that's the great part of little algorithms in Simbucks. That's for sure. So this 50 handle is really providing some providing some support. Huh? Hi, buddy. Well, that's amazing how they come down to that open every time I turn around, isn't it? Yeah, you too, Magic. A great one. Well, my short for the VPOC migration would have been okay. Would never know or take it based on all of this, the obstacles in the way here, but you know, that's not the point. The point is, there you go. And this is coming up to the power hour and the end of another exciting week. Hmm. No idea what's going on. To be honest about it, these kind of days are a mystery to me. There's the open. We took off. We've been down to see the open exactly twice, 3 times. I mean, not counting this flurry over here at the open. And both times we jet up around here. So I guess they're just playing it back against the in leading up to the expiration, I guess. My feeling is the same as it was over here, you know, an hour, 2 hours ago, hour and a half ago. This is, there's too many obstacles in the way here for this short. Even though that seems to be the direction the market wants to go. So I don't know. Looks like another stand around Friday. Looks to me like this is what I was talking about. Sorry, I had the wrong window going. Open. Blue boy, here's the first print of the session. Whenever you can glance left, see that on my screen, you know that's the first print of the session. Here is the entire RTH session so far. A giant consolidation. And here's a better view right here. Now see how, remember the conversation earlier about the balance lines? This was up here quite a ways. So they're pulling the volume up. And this flat top is gone, as I pointed out. And this balance line is coming down. When this balance line and that balance line, these 2 gold ones, that says the market's in balance. When that's the profile, it's perfectly in balance. Earlier when we were having the discussion, I pointed out that we had a flat top right here, and that didn't usually ever last. The auction just, doesn't get chopped off like that. It usually comes to a conclusion. And so now this is coming down, and there we go. I mean, not that I'm any kind of a fortune teller, but it just kind of common sense. Yeah. Common sense, I guess. What are they doing now? A squeeze, huh? Of some sort, I guess. Jesus. Yeah. Well, I would suggest I'm not going to try to figure out what this thing's up to. I can tell you that right now. If anybody else has got a good idea, let me know. Pretty incredible, though, isn't it? That's incredible. I would say it's a short squeeze, but I guess so. I mean, I guess this was stupidness, but then these are short and short, right? Or selling and selling, not necessarily short, because this was all long. I don't know. They might be high. Look at there. That is pretty amazing. Again. Now they're a long way from the IB low. They've only taken out one level, but who would have thought they'd come all the way across again? Somebody, obviously. Bouncing around that overnight high, which is the craziness for the non-farm payroll number, which was a big miss, 100,000 jobs or something in total compared to the, it was a minus 23,000 and they were forecasting plus 85. So the way I look at it, that's about $108,000 miss. But I guess I don't look at it right. Well, I don't know what's going to happen here, but I do know it's going to happen without me at this point. Oh, wait, did I make my... Did Algo Boy come through? Let's check. Oh, not quite. We don't have a... and don't forget that this is the entry, this little triangle here, not down here. This is the bar it entered on. And that's the price it entered at. So this was T1 and that's T2. Be interesting if we can get a T2. If not, what'll happen is it'll close out at the end of the session, wherever it is. An example of that somewhere around here. I don't see one, but trust me, that's what it'll do. Wherever one might have gone. Well, okay, I didn't know you could do that. That's kind of cool. Put wall somewhere around here. Or the call wall, I mean. And the put wall down below. Oh. Okay. Well, we'd have to put in a new high for that to get to T1, which I don't think is going to happen in it at all. So we'll see if they get to, if they stay above the 25 mark here, the 25 zone, and it closes out the session, then it will be, that's whatever the profit will be, because that's the entry point. So there you go. There you have it. I'll do a quick market on close or market wrap here at the bottom of the hour. And then we'll have the market on close numbers at the 1450. And close the stream down at 1500 as usual. Pretty crazy. So do you suppose that this kind of price action would suggest that all the Looney Tunes that got long on the non-farm payroll and then this little, oh, we're going to the moon, Alice, over here, are still long and hoping for higher, I guess, the idea. This is the non-farm payroll highs right here. Oh, I see what they're thinking, their logic, if this is what it means. I mean, this is correct. Because we had a big drop in jobs, these fellows and the bond yields lowered because of stocks going lower or higher, I mean, because they think they won't raise rates. So I guess that's what it is. All about the interest rate, that they're also worried about being able to borrow because they can't make enough billions. And if more people are out of work, that's better. It's a crazy society, isn't it? Crazy society. Well, there's 230, the final curve. Don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to take any trades, so that's that. Again, here's the trading day. The complete session, I think. If I can get it right. What's going on here? Well, here's Blue Boy, and there's the current session, current market. So you see here in front of you exactly what we did today. Balance. Now they've gone down here and traded more stocks. So you see this one, this rose back up. It was down here about there, remember? So they need to get more They need to get more volume higher to bring this back into balance. Yeah, me too. It's pretty funny. And they went blasting back up off the open again to the 80s, up there to the IB. They actually tagged out the IB high again. And now the VPOC is moving up, and I don't know what's going on. I'm just, I'm not going to obviously be involved, but pretty disappointing. Magic slipped through, said he had a great week, and he's off to enjoy his weekend. Anyway, that's the auction. I mean, that's been the auction of the day right there. Essentially, it's a big chop fest. A few minutes ago when we looked at this, the balance was here because they had brought up some value, but not enough to bring the two lines in balance. This is IRT, as I've, hope everybody knows by now. These are the minis. I'm sorry, these are the minis. These are the micros. And here we are. Here's what we did today. This is today's session. A nothing burger, right smack dab, just skewered by the micro composite VPOC. Let's see what the volume point of control is. So this is the volume point of control for today so far. Because the price is overlapping, I'll include this day in this micro composite. So this micro composite VPOC may move up just a little bit. And my little algo guy here rose back from the ashes like the phoenix, right? He was right down here next to, there's the stop, is at 25 lower. He just about stopped out, but never got to T1 or T2. So what'll happen, unless they do some dramatic maneuver here going into the close, this will just close at the end of the session. If it's above this 25 line, it's a positive. If not, it'll be a loss. So that's that one. Let's look at what's before us next week. That's always a big thing on Friday rather than moaning about what we did today. This is pretty interesting, though. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Well, they view the big loss in jobs market as a good thing because they might not have a Fed rate increase. So all they care about is making more billions for themselves on Wall Street, I guess. No matter how many people get ground up, which I find really, really anti-American, frankly, and disappointing. But that seems to be the whole story. And then potential progress between Oman and Iran, and they have said categorically that nobody, especially America, is going to have anything to do with this with policing or controlling the Straits of Hormuz. So that's interesting. I'm sure that'll be some blowback somewhere along the line from Trump and company. But this is the whole thing. This is the whole thing about the big rise on the jobs number that I couldn't figure out. So there it is explained. Now, investing.com, which is my go-to news source. And let's look at next week. Boom. Well, what? What the hell holiday is Monday? Is Monday a trading holiday? There's no Monday here. Wait a minute. Pretty sure every week has a Monday in it. Maybe not. Maybe they switched them up on me. Sure as hell, there's no Monday. Well, there's existing home sales on Tuesday. There's the CPIs on Wednesday. And the PMIs, or PPIs, those are big ones, on Thursday. And then the retail sales numbers and all the Michigan number and all that stuff on Friday. Well, I'm pretty surprised. I kind of thought every week had a Monday in it. Can it be possible that there's absolutely no reporting of any kind on Monday? Huh. I don't think I remember ever seeing that. Anyway, this is investing.com. They only report traditional economic numbers, which I like. You can filter it for wherever you are, and it's free. That's why there's all these ridiculous ads. But it's free, so anybody from anywhere can have the same resource here if they would like. Let's look at earnings for next week. That's pretty weird. That's took me by surprise right there, I'll tell you. Now there's a Monday for earnings. God damn, that must mean there is absolutely no number from anybody on my list on Monday. Any of the countries that I've filtered for. It's pretty bizarre. And there's no big no threes or anybody. These earnings lists are so long, it's just painful to scroll down them. You know, that was just Monday. This is Tuesday. So we got nothing on Mondays and Tuesdays. We'll look at the week ahead. I'm going to try something here. Filters. 5 countries. These are the countries that I have checked. Well, I'll go to hell. That's just pretty weird. I've never seen it. Anyway, the other news source is Financial Juice. And well, there's a Eurozone Cenex Investor Conference meeting on Monday at 3:30 and nothing else. So I guess that's the truth. I am surprised as hell. Anyway, this is Financial Juice. They will have crazy things like they had the Trumpathon here at 2 o'clock. These are, in other words, non-traditional financial, events, but something that would have an impact on the market or could, potential risk. And over here on the Squawk Box, we're going to see the market on close imbalance at 1450. So there you go. Yeah, I was pretty surprised too. I was shocked when I looked up and it was about 12:30. I went, whoa, wait a minute. I'm way behind. Huh. That's amazing. No streams this evening, of course, because guess why, boys and girls? Market's closed. I only do those Asia orb trades or streams once in a while. So this is risk neutral trading. Thanks a lot for coming by. Get this out of the way first, I guess. While we're waiting for the another 10 minutes for the market and closing balance. It's my virtual trading journal. The whole theory here is that everything that I'm thinking and doing is transparent and fully accountable. My 2 primary screens have all of the video, and then my voice or narration here, it provides the in-thinking piece at the moment, and that's how the whole thing works. Much more handy than trying to keep up a journal myself, because screen snapping and typing and all that stuff, oof, painful. And all trades, I have a commitment to never take any trade off of the live stream. And they're all live, real time, no replay or any of that crap. And I've already gone through the back testing and system development earlier in the afternoon. When the computer actually takes these trades, it's evaluating every 30 seconds every one of these rules, and these trades are just being displayed on this chart, and they are not going anywhere. These are in the simulated environment of IRT because it's system testing and development. Same way with this boy over here. Same idea, simulated. So that's a big thing to differentiate between. Bookmap is always live and only live trading, and IRT is system development and only in the simulated mode and only algorithmically because the computer is doing the trading over here. Not me. And then of course we have the top secret super Elon Musk approved algorithms on TradingView. If he had anything to do with anything I have, I'd burn in the street. I have no use for that guy whatsoever. And here's the little algo that's active on this GEX chart that I have going on here, and it's it is the exact IB retrace system as, what happened there? Where'd it go? As is right here. And would be activate over here, but it's this one here. And there's a lot of other fun ones you can do with this TradingView. I had a weird problem with Edgeful last night. I've got to figure out over the weekend to do with the Asia orb, which is from 1900 to about 2100. On Thursday night, which is for Friday's trade. It doesn't want to know about that until it crossed over 12 o'clock, so I'm not sure how to deal with it, but I'll figure it out. Seven more minutes up here, and we're still flapping around. When I walked back in, we were right here on the open, and I'm going, oh, look at them go. It's been an entire day of nothing. They went, up and down, and countless people had disappointing results in their trading. Countless people had, enjoyable results, but we all know that it's a zero-sum game. So for everybody that made money, somebody lost it. And here they are right back at the beginning again, right back at the open. And no sooner did I say that than this happened. For God knows whatever reason. And remember, it's the weekend. Life balance is really important. Get outside, get some exercise, rest your eyes, peek over the fence at the neighbor lady, whatever it is you do. Focus off in the distance somehow. And come back strong on Monday or Sunday night. I'll probably be back around. I always start streaming on Sunday, or not streaming, but my machines and my session prices and all that on Sunday evening. They kept banging right around your 74 level there, Anton. And they went shooting through it when they got to it from below. Now they're just kind of hanging around it. If they're going to do another whatever the hell you want to call it, sweep thing like they did the other day, right at the close. Well, you'd think they'd get it up somewhere up there, but nope. They got pretty close. I wish somebody to log on here that's got Mint or Q or one of those, so I would be real curious to know what the intraday change has been with this Gex story, if any. I mean, the mid flips back and forth. This happened about twice today. When price gets down below it, it immediately jumps down between the flip and the call wall, but and now it's the other way, and then it gets back above there, the flip zone, and it gets back to it's the mid between the two of them again. But I wonder if what else changes. Yeah, or just throw in a big, what do we got for levels up here? Well, we got quite a few. Let's say, we'll just round them all off at $1 and then add a couple. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, put 1,000 contract, put a buy-in for 1,000 and you're going to sweep this whole shittery. Boom. I mean, now, who knows who's sitting here on these levels and if they're really going to trade them and whatever else it is, that as well as I do. But, to get it up here to the 90s, I would think it is pretty easy. How many levels did they take out here? Ugh. Well, there's the market on closing balance, and that was about a nothing burger. By golly, let's just see what am I doing here? There we go. Well, they're buy side, but not by much. 300 million, 236, 109. Well, we got 2 sell side and 1 buy side. The Mag 7 and the Dow are both sell side, and the S&P and the NASDAQ are buy side, so go figure. I know I say this every day, but I'm still completely dazzled by how this works. I guess what really impresses me is the breadth and the depth of this markets that I haven't really grasped. Like, what was it, 2 days ago we had 4 billion sell side S&Ps, and that's just the imbalance. How much was it really? Was it 10 billion each side, or 6 billion buy side and 10 billion sell side? Jesus Christ, at $12.50 a tick, that's a lot of money. I don't truly understand that. Well, and Einstein just finished his remarks. Oh, maybe that was part of what this was all about. Maybe he said we're going to blow up everybody or something, and they love it. I don't know. I forgot all about him talking it too, and I pointed it out 2 or 3 times, but he must not have said anything much because there's no... Oh, here we go. Announcing a series of mining projects worth $3 billion. Well, that ought to tear up the... Yeah, I suppose we're going to put mercury in all the trout streams in Montana. For battery. What the hell does that mean? Provide more than 2 billion to 4 battery. Must be manufacturers, I guess. So we're going to give billions of dollars away to, all these people invest in them. That's cool. I wonder where those billions are coming from. His crypto crap? Because I don't want my tax dollars going there. It's amazing, isn't it? Amazing. It's disgusting what it is. Come on, get up there and take this damn thing out. I don't want to close on the end of the market. What's the matter with you? Get up there. Come on, scoop, shoot. Maybe I where's one of those magnet things? I always think it's cute when you see people with the little magnet. They're like they're going to pull the price up. I guess that's what it's for, just for fun. Is this it? Is this the magnet? Magnet mode. Oh no, it's different. Yeah, I don't want to do anything like that. I've seen some people that have a little funny, like a little red magnet they put by their price level. It's like it's gonna suck the price up there. Well, are you guys you going yachting again this weekend, or that makes me jealous, man. Whatever you're doing, I hope you have a great one, whatever it is. Uh-oh. Oh, sometimes. Damn. Well, there you go. Put your long right above the IB high, and they're going to run it. They swept something there. I don't know why it does that. Oh. Now watch these numbers right here. This will jump in and out and disappear and come back and whatever else, or at least it did a minute ago. There it goes. So we got 751 and 726, but there'll be something jump in and out of here. Or at least it did a second ago. There you are. $1.59. What's that for? How's that working? I don't know. Maybe it's just a glitch because they're plotted too close together. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, it's probably the whatever you call it. Probably just the aggregation thing, because when you roll these together, these will all aggregate up. There might be more of them there than just two. Yeah, there you go. See? There's lots of sweeps in here where they just aggregate them when you roll them together. Which is kind of misleading when you stop and think about it. Well, here we're getting ready for the big run here, and they're flashing that liquidity up here. A minute ago, it was down here at 81. A minute ago, just now flashed at 85. And then we've got this sitting at 90, and we got the big one at the century figure up there. Sure as hell. That damn thing that algorithm is gonna take a profit. Isn't that something? Oh, well, there you go. maybe. That's went in the market at 9:30 this morning. Yeah, sure as hell. Sure as hell. Oh, well, there you go. Tam's, yesterday was her last working day until school starts, so I'm hoping it's not Monday. God damn, when I was a kid, we got out of school into May, 1st of June. And we didn't go back until like maybe last week, August, first week of September. Wonder why. And the education then was a hell of a lot better. It's crazy. Are your kids in private school or did they go to a public thing? Now we'll have the market on close exercise over here in the algo, and it dropped back down again. Oh, now I'm not going to get my profit target. Bummer. Well, there we go, 1,500. They didn't run them like they did the other day. They might, but they didn't. Look at them building up. Look at them trading them out. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of volume going on there. I wonder, one thing I think this thing does, I don't know, but let's look. 33 at the ask. Volume's 110. 111. 116. Well, this is going to be kind of a useless trade over here because it's really only well, it's about 9 points, I guess. Not bad. Well, there we have it. Yeah. Tam went to high school. That's why we moved to this area. The first thing I started doing when I knew we were going to come back from Kale was I started looking for houses around the best high schools here. We couldn't afford Memorial. And turns out Memorial isn't as good a high school. It may be more snooty, but it's not as good a high school. But she went to Stratford here, which is, we're just walking distance, actually. She never walked, but, mile or so or less. And we got here just in time for her to go into her freshman year. And she went all 4 years and graduated last spring. Oh no. It went on Saturday. We just had it 5 days a week, or 4 days. Yeah, 5 days a week. And I think I told you already the story about my grade school, so I won't bore you with that again, but that was an experience. Okay, well, that was a lot of fun. Maybe, maybe not. I didn't do anything, which is really getting old, depressing, and unsustainable. So I got to do something here this weekend, which I will do. Have yourself a great weekend, and congratulations on the little kiddies off to school tomorrow or Monday. Boo. Yeah. I'm going to just let this... okay. Yeah, I went to 12th grade, right? My senior was 12th. Freshman, sophomore, junior, senior were the 4 high school years, and that's 9th grade through the 10th, 11th, 12th. You too, man. Have a great one. Nice talking to you. Thanks for stopping by and all your good feedback. I really appreciate it. All right, everyone. Anyone, if it's around, but I think it's just the 2 of us, even though there's a whole bunch of views over here. Have a great weekend. Go out and get outside, do something for yourself, rest your eyes, peek over the fence at the neighbor lady, whatever. And go for a walk, do something healthy. And I'll be back on Monday morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time for sure, and maybe Monday or Sunday night, you never know. But there'll be an announcement.